Yo tengo que ir a hacer socio también, correcto.
Sí, yo me envié ayer.
Oh, yeah.
Only one argument because I know one creation has to be finished.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
My favorite shit is I have a hard one. I have a hard time when I would be on it. I'm like, oh, really? Typical out of me. Anyway, to remember it. And there's like a couple of monitors on the green screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having probably movie beneficial arrangements on that if you want it. On the 19th, what time is it now? Today, I think I'm right.
Two instances of it. No.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the very first meeting of UKAG. Couple of quick bits of housekeeping. Obviously, in the event of an emergency, well, we're putting stuff. But no, obviously, in the event of an emergency, your exits are located here, behind me. Just get out as quickly as you can. And I would suggest what we're doing across the road to the car park of the middle park. There are no fire drills planned for today, so if it does go off, it's real. We have a great selection of talks lined up today. They'll be kicking off in about an hour next door in the running lead room. Tea, coffee, drinks, snacks are available in the kitchen. Please do help yourself. The kitchen can be accessed either at the back of the running lead room or there's a door at the back of the hall, which will take you straight in there. Toilets are located here at the front of the hall. You can also access those via the running lead room as well. What else I need to tell you? I think for the moment that's about it. I want to say welcome and thank you very much for coming. Oh, don't forget, we will have a high score competition running a little bit later once the machine's set up and running. And we will be awarding the fantastic UKAG trophy, which you can see up on top of the LED box here, at about 4 o'clock today. We will also, sorry, 3 o'clock. It's been a long day. We're awarding the trophy at 3 o'clock today. We'll also be awarding the trophy for the machine of the meet, which will be judged by Roland. So we'll be having a look at what you brought today, anything particularly unusual, interesting, has cool backstory, something like that. We'll also be doing these wonderfully exclusive UKAG trophies. And also, Chris, okay, Novabug is running a high score competition as well over on his table on Bug Stuff 2, so do have a look at that and go as well. Again, I think it's great over on Amstrad. So, lots of things to do, and again, thank you for being here, have a wonderful day.
On stream, it's going to be on the live stream, on next week's live stream.
Yeah, 10, I might make that one up. 10, 9 quid I take it.
Before I buy them,
There's a lot of other good stuff in it.
well, I buy another one.
Yeah, fine, mate. There's a set of anyway.
Can I take one now?
Probably something exciting. It was like, oh, they're only Static bag.
Yeah, the other ones don't need Oh, sure.
No problem. I don't know. Yesterday there was I found Thailand, which is why I borrowed Simon's one and reverse engineered that. Colin designed it and then had it in.
They're operating rooms and sitters. Something that you build by yourself. There will be a whole
Hello again, everybody. Firstly, a quick welcome to people that come in since the first announcement. Welcome to UKAG. Thank you for coming to our normal meet. Just a quick housekeeping announcement. Just a reminder, please, if you are having hot drinks, tea and coffee, we've provided cups for those, but please make sure you do put a lid on your cups. We do need to insist on it for health and safety. It's also just to make sure that it protects the machine, so when the cups do get accidentally knocked over, we don't end up with coffee all over them. So again, if you haven't taken coffee, please do put a lid on your cup. Thank you.
So are you I never money So I'm going to say I need to go on common forest. I need to know that full side
I could bingo as well. I need to find the fit. My PTSD concepts. Well, that's why I'm getting rid of this.
I'm giving you the M4 because I mean, the one hack doesn't give CT, I mean, the other hack doesn't give DSK very well.
Well, if you want to, I looked at and think of it getting that price.
Maybe that's a hard
You wanted to do
speed normally.
I saw conversations.
No.
If you need any satisfaction,
Oh, I might do that.
you've got this one from. And if you need SD cards, I've got
Hello, everybody. I don't suppose anybody has a can of compressed air by any chance, do they?
I used to be a secret passion. And see, like, so yeah, so basically, Oh, I don't know about yeah, yeah. Because the way I'm doing things, yeah, basically, I think something like gods or some stuff are going
This one is
but yeah, we see okay, I think that Spiders. see already, that's no, that from Titan. I mean, I have no artistic whatsoever. The whole is will be military. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. And then at this point, we came up with something, and then we are in example, so everything is yeah. And then the point where I can see the relationship where because it moves screen pointer, screen pointer, the base screen anyway. Every page it moves the screen here twice to the right. Okay, that's right, and then before spreading it ball gets accelerated. So I actually walk with it.
Lleva un montón de física, de imágenes de Mi madre vive con los vecinos y en el 93 fue equipado para la esto llevó 4 años y alguien que su madre se lo regaló y con esa economía se lo regaló y yo lo vi que
He did something wrong there, yeah. I got it shit.
Yeah, so.
What I like happening in the old games is the other things. I remember that. I just know Spanish type. One free, Spanish type. That's the organization of one.
Yes.
Your business, good thing about Amstrad, just the one button. Does he know more seen stuff with it? Does he know more?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's done video stuff for years.
Hello everybody, just to let you know, our first talk of the day with Roland Perry is about to kick off next door in the running knee room. If you'd like to sit in on that, please make your way through now. Thank you.
Just coming through, everyone. Suck it in like it's a wedding photo, that's it. Lovely. Hold it in like it's an audition for Hercules.
Everyone suck it up like there's a few girls around.
Oh, what, here?
Yeah, I tell you that.
That's not strange.
Looks like work.
No, esta la sometéis. Es una placa. Le da wifi, le da más horas, le da el todo USB. Y es más también la de 4. No, no vale para todo. Y creo que lleva 2 gigas de RAM. Una o dos. Pero que la RAM extra no se le da nada. ¿Qué hagáis? Sí, ahí. En la cocina. Ahí es todo. Entras por el final, está la cocina.
Get the door for me, Sam. Yeah.
He's such a show off, isn't he? He's such attention, but me. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2.
All together. There we have to do that. So we're going down the top right.
Let me know when you need me to give them the clap.
Big dose of
Thanks.
Be training others.
Welcome to our inaugural UKAG meeting. Thank you. This has been a little bit of time coming, 6 months or so in the planning. We're so pleased to have all of you here. My name is Jo Cook. I'm one of just 7 of us that have been putting this together. And you can find all the other people involved. We've all got these particular microphone badge on. So if you want anyone to blame, it's all of the others, not me. Okay. We are absolutely honoured to have here, obviously, Mr. Roland Perry, Group Technical Manager at Amstrad. And this time is to have a conversation with Roland. I've got a few questions prepared myself, but also if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to ask them. Hopefully what you've seen is we've got this poster here, we've got a WhatsApp community, you can join that. We've got a QR code and there's a sub-channel on there for presentation questions. So feel free to WhatsApp those through and I can look through and ignore all of yours and use my questions anyway. So, without further ado, as they say in YouTube land, over to Roland Perry.
Our honorary president.
Yes, our honorary president.
Honorary means I'm not paid.
Yes, because we're all making so much money out of it. Roland, many people obviously know you through the CPC and your Amstrad story. But if we met in a garden somewhere or a pub, which none of us would ever go to, right?
No.
Instead of a retro event, how would you introduce yourself these days?
Well, I could choose myself as an antique dealer, as a share of the community pub on the Cambridge Essex border.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more about that, because that's something quite recent for you, isn't it?
Well, I've always kind of not necessarily collected, but I've refrained from throwing away various artifacts from the 1980s. But more recently, I've been trying to collect things, going to local auctions, house tombs, and sales, and things like that. And so I've got a little business, they call it a side hustle, something like that. Rachel Reeves wants to tax me, but none of that. And one of the things which I did soon after retirement from my main day jobs was to work for East Cambridgeshire Council in departments where some of my colleagues were responsible for communities of buildings of community assets of community interest, which are pubs. So pubs that want to close and turn themselves into family home. The council comes along and says we're not going to change the use planning permission for that because it still needs to be something to do with the community rather than just the family home. And then when one of those came up after I'd left work from that department, one came up on the South Cambridgeshire border with Essex, and I thought, well, this sounds like a good project to get involved in. So I've been involved in that for 2 years now, been on television and all sorts of things like that. And including the first fight. I was unanimously voted on for the Management Committee last week, and my next meeting is on Tuesday. So that's one of my retirement jobs.
There's nothing at all to do with a big computer.
But we all have lives around and extraneous to our computers. But for many of us, me included, we can trace our lives back and our careers and things like that, maybe to having an 8-bit computer or having a certain influence on our lives. And you certainly heard from people in the past who said the CPC has changed their life. How does it feel, some 4 decades later, for that to be the case and to be hearing those stories now?
Well, I'm very proud that so many people had a 464 or the latest machines all for them. They started their career in programming, mainly in software, not in hardware. There's my fiance out there, who's gone away. She's a hardware person, but mainly in software. And it just makes me so proud to see all these hundreds, maybe thousands of people who started their careers in programming, like having an Amstrad computer for which I wrote a computer manual, which was this thick and says, this isn't just what it does, but what you want to do with it. And so here we are, a generation later.
And how many of you, let's have a show of hands, would put yourself in that category of something like the CPC changed your life or was a big impact on your work and career? Well, I mean, we've got a slightly biased audience. But for many of us, it wasn't just a computer we got for Christmas. It's something that's really impacted what we do. And you said here about you wrote this manual, and your ambition for the CPC, as I understand, was much closer to something like the BBC Micro, which certainly in the UK was ubiquitous in schools. Lots of nods. Okay, similar ages going on here, I can see. Where did that vision come for you personally?
Well, because before I got involved in the Amstrad project, I've been writing freelance for a public monthly publication, doing reviews of all sorts of micros that turned up. And I've done quite an extensive review of the BBC Micro, which is a massively over-engineered, in some sense, not terribly useful computer. Whereas an old computer mafia in Cambridge who burned me at the stake for saying that. But what I wanted was something where we could learn from the things that we didn't do as well as could have been done. So we put together a proposal which turned out to be the 464. Some people said this is going to be basically going to be a console, a computer console, which happens to have a keyboard and a tape drive. And I thought, actually, I'd prefer it to be something like an affordable BBC Micro to teach people how to learn about computing. But we managed to do all of them simultaneously, like kind of spinning plates, juggling around. So that's, I hope, what we did. But I only was involved in the CPC project for about 3 years. Because then I moved on to PC projects. Stuff like that. People often ask me, what is your favourite CPC game?
So Roland, what is your favourite CPC game?
Well, the answer is
Bugs Best 2.
I didn't used to play them very much because I wasn't a gamer. So we used Harry Attack on the prototypes to check that the hardware worked. We had Indiscom who turned up with Roland, that's me, in the caves, Roland. That's me doing something else, and that was quite interesting. But I didn't used to play them very much. But one day, a chap from German Software, who happens to be just down the road, I think in Visual Source, turned up and said, "Would you like to write a game for the computer?" I said, "Well, come on, the Testament of the Born Office, do that." And that was Roland in Time. So he wrote Roland in Time on a desk in the corner office, and every now and again he would come along and say, "What do you think about this?" And I'd say, "Oh, it looks all right." tried changing that, so he produced Roland in time. Then about a year later, he did Roland in Space, which is probably my favourite game, because it's got the Doctor Who references in it, and about 3 years ago, it was referenced on the BBC's Doctor Who programme, because there was a scene on the BBC where the TARDIS landed in Isaac Newton's garden with a CPC as the console.
Now, I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but who here has seen
Yeah,
that?
so David Tennant comes out of the TARDIS and he's holding a CPC wired to the TARDIS.
Very nice. Okay, I didn't know that. I learned something today because it's a school day. And so speaking of kind of learning, you said about the manual that you created so that people can learn from that. And you also put together the kind of the welcome tape, the demo tape.
Yeah, my job was to, as project manager, most of the engineering work was done by colleagues of mine. Because what I've always said is, I could have designed the computer myself. It would have taken 3 years. We only had 3 months. So I had to hire 10 other people to help me. And because most of them were very clever, very capable, and listened to what I said to them, we managed to get it done in this incredibly accelerated timescale. And so one of the things, once we got the computer designed, that wasn't the end of the project, because lots of people designed a computer which was never going to sell to anybody, because it didn't have a user manual, it didn't have any software, it didn't have a distribution channel. So we got sucked into this whole thing about 50 games in Dixon's on launch day, manual, and all sorts of other software. We just kind of completely consumed us for about 2 years afterwards. That's the Amstrad thing. But a lot of really capable, clever, loyal people helped me do that. I'm very grateful. And I know many of them today. Unfortunately, because I'm 73,
Don't know the day over 72.
and a lot of my colleagues are unfortunately falling off their perches at the moment, so I'd like to get in contact with as many of them as possible. At least just say thank you for the
So you said that working with Sir Alan Sugar was, I was going to use the word easy, but that's not the right word, but that you were never in doubt about what you were supposed to be doing. Tell us a bit more about
Because
that.
it wasn't a Sir then.
Okay,
It was
all right, Alan.
just a plain Alan Sugar. And he's very straightforward, plain speaking, honest. I want you to do this, can you do it? Most of the time I said yes. He said, go and do it then. We didn't have to wait for 3 or 4 months to lawyers for contracts. We just went and did it because we knew we'd get paid. Because at the time, Amstrad had a business model which was the complete opposite of GEC, the other big Arnold Weinstock, German. Their business model was you hire all these people to do things for you and pay them 3 or 4 months later. Amstrad's business model was you hire people to do these things and you pay them 3 or 4 days later. They're much more willing to do the work for you. And we could buy things from Japan. We go to Japan and say, we'd like to buy 100,000 Z80 chips. And we're going to pay for them.
And you were going to have the 100,000, you weren't just going to order 1,000,
No,
weren't you?
no,
You were
that's
negotiating down to the
Whereas-
last kind of piece.
Whereas, like Sinclair, should never speak ill of the dead, I suppose. He goes to Japan and say, I want to buy 100,000 Z80 chips. And he'd get delivered 10,000 of them and pay for 5,000 of them. It pissed off the Japanese quite a lot.
Yeah, understandably. So when you were negotiating prices and you had this 3 months timeline, were there any moments where the price pressure specifically nearly compromised the product?
No, I didn't negotiate the prices. That was people in Amstrad who've been doing that job for decades. They didn't negotiate the prices. What I did was I said to them, this is the computer we've got. We can make it twice as good if you spend another 5p on the components.
Okay, and how did that go down?
Usually fairly well.
And was that because they knew the product was therefore going to sell better? Or
Yeah,
something else?
because they trusted me that when I said, you've got this computer, you're going to sell in Dixon's for £300, which means you're going to sell it to Dixon's for £200, which means the factory in Japan's going to sell it to you for £150. You spend 5p more on some components, then it's going to be so much more attractive to your customers. That's where we got 27 colours from. The 27 colours with 6 resistors. It's absolutely nothing. It's brain power from a very talented engineer who was on my team. But only 6 resistors.
And so this is something I think is really interesting about all the team that you have around you and all these talented people you were talking about. Because Alan, certainly in his autobiography, says things about the boffins and how he's not one of these kind of technical people, and he talks about the Cambridge crowd quite a lot, even though his design team was full of this Cambridge crowd.
Yeah.
How did that public persona compare to what you were working with?
Well, it was very annoying because he decided to have this public persona, which is, I'm the East End borough boy and I don't understand computers and I don't get on with Cambridge graduates, except his entire business model was created by 4 or 5 or 6 Cambridge graduates. So, you know, we just had to fight at it and say, well, let me criticize you in public. It just had this completely different public persona to this private one when we were working together, except on The Apprentice, if you watch that. And I was actually one of the consultants on the first episode of The Apprentice, designing the task they did. He, in real life, is absolutely the same as he is on that show. It's not an act, that's absolutely what it's like.
And tell us more about getting involved in those tasks.
All they did was they sent me a script, storyboard, say, this is, we're going to have this show, it's going to have 10, 12 tasks. This is what we're going to be, what do you think about that? I said, well, this one you need to tune a bit, and that one you need to tune a bit off, and that's reasonably very sensible back, and that's what created the first series of The Apprentice. The first series of The Apprentice was actually quite interesting, because it wasn't the first series in the world, because that was in the USA with that Trump man. Right, yeah, you probably heard of it. And so they cloned it in the UK. But every contestant on the first series of The Apprentice was at crossroads in their mind. They didn't know what they were going to do next. So they thought, let's apply to this game show and see what happens. And it was quite successful for many of them. Not just the winner, but some of the runners up also built a career based on that. Sort of unfortunately, as the years rolled on, the contestants became self-publicists. So if I go on The Apprentice and become a comedy villain, then that will make me more money in the future on social media and on YouTube and the rest of it.
We've talked a little bit about the timeline, the teams that you've had, costing and all of that kind of stuff to do with the quality of the components. So you've obviously got quite a unique vantage point on that era of working for Amstrad. Is there anything that you wish the retro community would know or understand better about what it was like, about how Amstrad operated as a business at that time?
I think you just need to understand that it was a community. Okay, it wasn't just people working in an environment. Because one of the things I did, I hired some people to be on my first team, and about a month into the project, I hired a minibus on a Sunday, drove them all to Alexandra Palace, Sinclair user show. And I said, come with me to this show, and they all didn't charge me overtime, so they said, okay, come along. And went round the UK user shelves up at the school, and he was on the place, and I said, one day we're going to show him, which is big professionals. And they all said, you're mad, it's never going to happen. You're dreaming. And then about a year later, it was true. Because everybody just threw their entire heart and effort, everything they did into the project. And if they didn't throw everything about them into the project, then you're fired. You often get to do something else then. Because I remember I interviewed one of the local young ladies, all young ladies, I interviewed one of them and she came to me and said, well, okay, we're hiring people to do this project. Tell me why you want to come and work for Amstrad. And she said, well, I've no idea, I've never heard of you. And I said, well, close the door on your way out.
Always a good interview, that's it. So we have a couple of questions that come through on our WhatsApp group, so thank you very much for those. Nick Russell, who's one of our co-organisers, has said, you said you're not much of a gamer, so what was your favourite software back in the day for CPC?
I don't know what the question means.
I think he means kind of non-game software. Was it like developing? Was it maybe a word processor?
Well, the one that was probably most influential was the welcome statement. Because everyone forgot.
He really likes his welcome statement.
Yeah, everyone forgot that it needed the welcome statement. And so I said, well, I'm going to do a welcome statement. So I did it. There's nobody else's welcome statement.
We've all worked in teams like that over a little bit. And then Chetty T, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, has said, is there anything you would have changed in the original CPC design?
Well, this is one of these questions that everybody asks me at every one of these sessions. So I've answered it 50 times. I've made it a 7-bit printer board.
Yeah.
Because everyone keeps bitching and moaning. An 8-bit printer board, because everyone keeps bitching and moaning it's only a 7-bit printer board.
You are judging our machine of the meet today, and as you look around at what people have done with their machines, what horrifies you and what impresses you about how the community is taking things way beyond your original design?
Well, nothing's horrified me, it's all delighted me.
Oh, well, that's not what you said to me earlier. But no, that's lovely. And so I want to go a little bit beyond the CPC now, because as you often say, you know, that was a small part of your life, and we had a slightly longer life, so it's nice to celebrate some of the other things that you've done. You talked about this PCW, you told me earlier on that it's a 6128 with better monochrome graphics, is what I think you said to me, but built by the same team. What do you think the PCW got particularly right for like ordinary users?
The main thing it got right was you could see an A4 letter on the screen without scrolling sideways and up and down all the time. Plus, the software was designed by people who've been working on industrial strength word processors previously, which is a complete coincidence, but all fell into place. So I think that's
high-end, high-spec software.
So it turned out to be a very high-spec word processor. And when we were designing it, selling it originally, we thought, how long is it going to be before somebody else produces a clone that works better than this? There's all these big American companies and big Japanese companies. They could just ride in and produce an IBM or Sanyo or something else word processor which was better than ours, cheaper than ours, and nobody ever did that because we aced it the first time round and nobody else was doing anything better.
How many of you are PCW fans and had those back in the day maybe? Does anybody have any of them now? Yeah, well, obviously Simon has, obviously sitting there back in the kitchen.
But there's so many people who wrote their first novel on a PCW, or wrote their first book. I remember years ago when I married my late wife, and she was having difficulty. It was all very personal information, but she won't mind. we're having difficulty breastfeeding my children. So she was I can't breastfeed my children, they're all going to breast. And so we went to the John Radcliffe Hospital in Cambridge, in Oxford. I talked to the top consultant there, breastfeeding consultant. She said, why don't you read my book about this? And I said, oh, that's interesting. Well, read your book. When did you write that? And she said, well, I wrote it last week on a PCW. So what goes around comes around. And so many people wrote their first novel, their first book, their first thesis on a PCW. And because who wrote this sentence on it.
It was absolutely great business. Loved it. You've spoken about your wife, and you and your wife, among many other things, helped pioneer, and I didn't know this until talking to you, the cover CDs for CompuServe UK Online. Did anybody have those cover CDs back in the day? Got on the internet, a few of you? Yeah. I still remember my CompuServe email address was 106.152.13157@CompuServe.com. I don't think it works though, so don't try sending any emails to it. And it was all about cutting acquisition costs, wasn't it? And that was quite
that's right, yeah. Back then, if you're a new startup business in any sphere, for example, if you're a CompuServe and you wanted to get new customers for your business, there's a customer acquisition cost, which in those days you had to do advertising and all sorts of other things. And it was about £40 or £50 a customer, which multiplied by 4 today, so it costs you £200 to acquire the customer. But one of the cheaper ways to acquire a customer is to put a cover disc on a magazine, right? And so you draw people in. The cover disc free to the customer, it's free to the magazine. So my wife was brilliant at marketing this, and she said, okay, so we need to stick a cover disc on the magazine with the biggest circulation in the UK, which at the time was
magazine generally.
the magazine with the biggest circulation in the UK at the time was BBC Radio Times, with a circulation of, I don't know, 8 or 10 million. So all you have to do is produce 8 or 10 million cover discs, ship them to the Radio Times printers, and they stick them on the cover, and it's all in WX Smiths or through to their subscribers. And it costs about 1/10 as much to acquire a subscriber by doing that as doing conventional advertising, which is TV adverts, billboards, and all sorts of other stuff. So,
and your wife also had, she worked at Amstrad for America, didn't she?
well, she was hired by Amstrad USA as their marketing manager about a year before I met her. I still don't understand why I didn't bump into her for about a year. I used to go over there quite a lot. I did eventually bump into her, and I went to a trade show in April, I think it was Context Spring 1998. And I went to a convention centre, which is huger than Olympia Earls Court. And I went in with Mark Simons, who's Alan's brother-in-law. So he's married to Anne Simons. And Mark Simons' brother-in-law, and he was at the time helping Amstrad Inc. get set up. So I got sent over there just to help them get the booth set up. And the booth, the Amstrad booth at the show was about as big as this whole village hall here. And my job
Was that in a suitcase or what?
well, we could actually go on a plane first class because they upgraded this. So that was all back in the day. And, you know, everyone just did what they needed to do. We didn't worry about working. You know, the junior doctors today saying, I'm working an 8-hour day and only getting paid £80,000. I need more than that. They're saying, well, you've chosen the wrong job then. Go and get a different job. We'll pay you £80,000 a year for doing 8 hours a day. And so we all worked, you know, 7 days a week, more than 12 hours a day. We just threw everything we had at it, and it worked.
It's certainly where we've still got the machines working now, so it's a testament to that. And so bringing us a little bit more up to date, we have a lovely pot here. So if you've never seen this, this is the CPC Mini. How many of you have seen these? A few of you have. So if you want to know more about it, speak to Simon, who's standing up at the back here. This is his one that you 3D printed and spent many hours and much swearing and doing all of the soldering in here. So this is one that obviously you can do as a project yourself. It's not one you can buy off the shelf.
Well, I would like to see that in the shops for £9.99.
£9.99.
Yeah.
Wow.
As far as the shelves.
Tanner, Simon, that do? So tell us more about how that could work. Do you think that there would be a demand for it?
I think there'll be a demand for it. I don't think there's any electronics or hardware in it that you couldn't, in sufficient quantity, manufacture for about £4 or £5. It means it would be £10 in the shops.
So put your orders in with Roland, and we shall go.
He's looking a bit gobsmacked here. ESP32 costs about 50 cents.
It's all about the economies of scale.
Yeah, it's all about the economies of scale.
If we think about the younger generation, as was then, that we talked about earlier on, but if you think about the younger generations now, who want to maybe build products or services or software, what kind of advice would you give them?
I think I would encourage them, if they wanted to learn about putting a foothold in modern consumer electronics, to buy a Raspberry Pi. So that was created by my great rivals at Able, but 2 decades later. And you can learn about it. You can design things. Nowadays, you get AI to write your software. You can probably today go to Gemini and say, write me a CPC emulation of Raspberry Pi, and 2 minutes later, it will give you all the code.
Across everything you've done, the CPC, the PCW, you worked with Vodafone, we talked about the CDs CompuServe and that kind of stuff, and many other things, including the pub as well, that you'll be doing now. Is there anything that you've done that you're quietly most proud of?
I'm most proud of the work I did to protect vulnerable ladies from being killed by their husbands. Unfortunately, lots of ladies shack up with gentlemen who are not terribly sympathetic, and they control them. It's called coercive control. Myself and my late wife wrote the law about coercive control in the UK, and these gentlemen, who they still turn up in the news all the time, they treat their ladies as objects, not people. And they force them to do things like have babies and cook them dinner and things like that. I find that really quite unfortunate. So for a couple of years, one of our main jobs was not only introducing legislation which makes that illegal, but also helping the ladies. We phone up at 11 o'clock at night and say, my husband says he's going to kill me tomorrow morning if I don't do what he tells me. And we would then advise them what to do to those of the women's aid shelter in your town. And they say, well, how can I go to the women's aid shelter in my town? I said, call a taxi, any taxi. They know what the women's aid shelter is. Women's aid will go to. And that's the bit that just saved hundreds of lives, which I think is really important.
It is. And what was it that you were doing? You said you did the legislation. Was there other elements to the work that you were doing as well?
Well, no. I mean, my job at the time was persuading legislators to introduce the rules and make it illegal to do the gentlemen to do certain things to ladies, which they felt they were entitled to, and a lot of people felt they weren't entitled to. I used to work with a gentleman you probably heard of called Keir Starmer at the time. And he's an ordinary chap. He's just kind of, you can't get anything done. That's why the Labour Party and the government is in total chaos at the moment, because isn't capable of getting anything done. You couldn't get it done then, you can't get it done now. That's not a personal criticism, it's just his personality and his talents. So I would welcome anybody, apart from Michael Farage, taking over from him and saying, let's sort this country out. It's not a political party political thing, it's just a can't we please put people in charge and get things done?
That seems to be a theme from a lot of the stories that you've told, is about just getting things done and working hard and getting things delivered.
Yeah.
And is that something that you find is a strength of yours through the work? That's what I'm seeing.
You want something doing, persuade people to do it. So when I was doing my software for the CPCs and my ECWs, and the people at locomotive were sitting there going, oh, it's a little bit difficult, we've got some bugs in this. We need to, it's 6 o'clock on a Friday, we need at least another 4 or 5 hours to sort this out. And I said, okay, I'll be down there at 7 o'clock this evening then to pick it up and we finished. I'll try back at midnight. And then, so on and so forth. You've got to keep the pace up. And it's not working a 40-hour week or a 35-hour week or bitching away about being paid only £80,000 a year to drive a train into the back of another one. You just need to get things done.
So when we get things done and have our 20th anniversary of the UKAG meetup, what do you hope?
I will not be alive in 20 years' time.
What do you
sorry
hope
about that.
people will say in your memory about the CPC?
They'll say he got things done.
Yes, perfect. Let's have some more questions from you. So I can't see any more on WhatsApp at the moment, but do we have some questions from the audience? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're interested in the antique business.
Yeah.
I like, when my wife and I like to move around the antique shop and stuff. One thing I've noticed is that you will get toys and objects from the last 40 years. You very rarely see any retro computer stuff in antique shops. Do you have a reason why that might be? It seems to be on eBay, or it's important to modern?
Well, the majority of antiques from or vintage computer hardware from the 70s, let's say, surfaces due to a house clearance. Okay, if you're talking about vintage cars, they're called barn finds, right? In terms of vintage computer stuff, it's called attic finds. So I went to a house last year in Exeter, about half a mile down from the Met Office, because the gentleman whose house it used to be works for the Met Office, so it's a bit of a techie, and him and his wife bought this house half a mile from the Met Office, and he's obviously eventually died, she eventually died, and her son went to do a house clearance. A lot of people find commercial companies to do house clearance, but he decided he was going to do it himself. He was an ex-Metropolitan policeman, as it happens, so I get on with policemen very well. So I went down there, he put an advert or something on Facebook, or probably Facebook, and said, well, I've got this, found this Amstrad computer in my attic, does anybody want it? And I said, right, yeah, I'll buy that off you. How much do you want for it? And he said, I've got no idea. And I said, well, I'll give you £200 for it. He said, well, that sounds good value. So I literally, next day, I drove down and picked it out from it. And I don't think it's this one here. It's back at my house. And so he was delighted. He cleared the attic. I'm delighted that I got the artifact. And I'll never sell it to anyone. It'll be part of my collection. Or somebody is going to have to take off my hands.
Me.
No, okay.
But you can't stay already.
It needs to go in a museum somewhere. And one of the reasons why I sell things to museums rather than give them to museums is because if they've bought it, they've got more, what's the word? ownership, engagement in it, and they won't throw it away. I have a really serious problem with the National Computer Museum at Bletchley. There are lots of people donating things, many of which are irreplaceable, and they just throw them away because they say, we don't want, we've only got this side of the room, and all the other stuff we've got in our shed out the back, we're just going to throw it away. We just find that so irresponsible. It's like many of the things which I've designed over the years, lots of computers have ended up in a warehouse in Swindon that belongs to the Science Museum. The Science Museum doesn't tend to throw things away. They think it can't be in a museum in Kensington because it's not a terribly big building. So I hope they will preserve these things for hundreds of years. But there are several museums which I simply do not trust to preserve things for hundreds of years. And unfortunately, the National Computer Museum at Bletchley is one of those. I just don't trust them to do it. Whereas the Cambridge History Centre, the Golden Glen in Cambridge, I trust them more to keep things in storage, just in case in 50 or 100 or 150 years' time people will suddenly find it more interesting. I mean, it's like, I can't remember, it was a catchy phrase, but I said, I put it on Facebook the other day, I said, well, if you come to Cambridge, you go to the Fitzwilliam Museum on Shonington Road in Cambridge, which is a bit like the British Museum, but without the marbles. I think, I know it's very controversial, if the British Museum had not acquired, if that's the right word, the marbles 200 years ago, they'd be lost. Yeah. So they acquired the marbles, they've kept them, the same people for 200 years. What they do with them next? Well, what I think they should do is they should keep the originals and send a replica back to Greece and say, now you've got your head straight, you can stick your replicas up on the Parthenon. You don't have to stick the originals back up there, because we did you a favour by rescuing them and keeping them for 200 years when the people who invaded Greece would have bulldozed your Parthenon and there would be nothing left there.
Whilst we're definitely here for retro, let's maybe come a couple of thousand years and do it more up to date. Does anybody else have a question for that? Yeah.
Did any other major computer company try poaching to join Amstrad?
No consumer companies, no. All of my customers, when I worked from 1978 to 82, doing small business computers, basically multi-user ZA computers, every single customer of mine tried to poach me. It's got a bit tiresome after a while. But no other consumer electronics company tried to poach me. But Sinclair had its own people, Acorn had its own people. Everyone else could poach me, Microsoft could poach me. I don't know, they weren't its own computers then. So nobody else can really say, can you poach me?
What would somebody have had to offer you be to think about it seriously?
I would have to have said, I need freedom to do whatever I want to do, and about, in today's money, salary of £5 million a year, just so I don't have to worry about spending half of my time buying things cheaper at Tesco than Amazon online.
Next question. Okay. I have a couple of last questions. One is, can I come to you to get some autographs?
Of course, any of you can bring anything you like and I'll autograph it. If you then
Voy a subir no la cambié yo, que vaya por la red. Pero la hice más larga para que coincidiera el lomo aquí. No, no, no.
We have somebody who's going to put one up to the result of the talk about
Está como que he pegado varias veces, repetido así, y el más le ha puesto lo que yo intento ser médico. Ahí como surgiendo, pero está surgiendo, pues paso de 15.
Are you able to make it work?
No. I'm not going to worry about it. You've seen it. It's all around.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
It's weird.
Do it.
Hello everybody and welcome back after the talk. Just to let you know, set up on one of the wooden tables in the middle of the room is our high score competition. You'll see a CPC 6128 that gentleman is currently sat at, where we are running Pinball Dreams. We're running a high score competition on table number 1 of Pinball Dreams. Just simply go along, have a play, record the score, write it on the piece of paper next to the machine. And at about 3 o'clock today, we will announce the winner, and you will get a fantastic and very exclusive UKAG trophy. So, people drink total competition on the centre row tables nearest the running room. Thank you.
Pervert Kamine through. Subscribe to Yellow Belly. Come on, do you wanna be in my gang? My gang, do you wanna be in my gang? Oh yeah. 2x, I'm the leader, I'm the leader of the gang, I'm the leader, well there's no one like the man, I can take you.
Habíamos dicho de poner con la chica. Vale. Pero vamos a ver. O sea, ustedes saben que tirar. Yo, porque yo chico, pero.
Déjame una. Y viene la otra.
No, voy a poner
I must have played it. La cámara sí, así se ven los equipos y arriba, no hacia abajo. Vamos a mirar.
Vale, este día no puede llevar. Pasa que para... Espera,
Still preparing it to take the email on the Pacific. See, nowadays you can't just back manual do that question. And it's a yellow exclamation mark. We need to go.
One like, oh, we should do one on steel battalion. Yeah, we should certainly do one on steel battalion. Few of us know how to play steel battalion. We had a discussion about say, you know, it's all good. This was the best one because shoot, and you know, sometimes you know, take it. This is not for but anyway. I'm very sorry. I can't. I've got nothing.
You don't want to sound like that.
Reach that.
There might be a landing, certainly not check. I'll spin it around.
Where's the fun in that?
I'm trying to, for the most part, to keep you alive.
What? Yes. Quick thoughts and ignorance. Oh, look at us. Look at us.
Trick now is to stay down.
Is it like a sequence?
Any seconds. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alien Xenon. I bought myself a copy of that.
Did you? Yeah.
That Dark Knight one. Interesting, though. Yeah. Hey, Nick, RU says keep out for a copy of printed code. RU says look out for a copy of printed code. Red London.
Oh, that's what you're
Oh, anyway. Are they doing the talk? Are they doing the talk? That's my cat. I wouldn't put it on. I wouldn't do that, mate. Awesome cancer open Nick card. Showing off to the camera now.
This one, So what I'm going to do is So I'm
one more layer down. I've never seen it. I was thinking about it. That's me. I am. I will study if I don't.
No, he was there every Saturday, every Sunday. In the cave Saturday, not
Yeah, because trying to Holly in the cave, still like paralysed for 3 hours. Like southwest London, trying to do
they've extended that, they've built it that year. The engineering were only called, that was always a space in the first piece of the went there, that was just a wasted space. When Alex did the arcade, it's good, but it's very small, and I think it's
yeah, I mean, I think what they've done now is
the mezzanine.
great stories and stuff. But they must be using space. And I am going to go and make sure
It's a good space, yeah, it's a good space. They don't make up the story. Site with a big thing. I know they got a little thing.
Recently they said that's why I mean, on the plus side, when I go to the electric place, they're normally so you don't have to it's one of my favourite places. No, I
Let's go this garden. It's all a new season, sure. But the actual games on the Amstrad
Yes, I think There was a couple of cities. Why do they spend so much time?
No, it's
Hello everybody, just to let you know that our next talk is starting in a couple of minutes next door in the Runnymede room, and that will be Jo Cook doing her session talking about time working as a journalist at Amstrad Action magazine. So please make your way through to the Runnymede room to join that talk. Thank you.
I'm walking on. That I use tools like I use paper generally for example, I can take my level mark and just convert it into modern gadgets. So this one is an artist. I can input into the star. And then infinity submarine. Platform. Yeah. This is functional. So the other thing is, I just don't like cool. And the most backup. So this is the basically it's a version of particle scheme. So cheers. Yes. That's one. That's it, right? 15 separate rasters involved in that. I changed this one. I changed colours 50 times in one. And of course, after day, find out you just do that. That's no problem. But always stop is the always online, always comes if you're open source code. That way,
Can you hear me on the remote camera? Tell me in the chat if you can hear me on the remote camera.
Roland busted.
Yes, excellent. Right, you're going to watch Joe's presentation. All right.
a bit scary. And it's, but it does give you an idea. I was kind of running more of the business side. Now I was a young teenager at this point, and I was handling the phone calls because it turns out my dad, as I realise now, is an undiagnosed autistic with depression and stuff like that. He didn't like talking to people. He definitely liked tinkering and doing that stuff. So I'm the one that handled kind of all the inventory and that kind of stuff. So I learned a lot from those years. Does anybody remember Wacky, the fanzine Wacky? Or a couple of nods, not many hands. So this was a fanzine rather than a magazine. It was quite a technical magazine, but it was one of the bigger, if not the biggest one in the UK. And my dad ran a tech library for it for a while. I got involved with it as well. I wrote some stuff. And I wasn't that techie, so I have got a technical background, but not techie anything like some of the guys are here today. I've done some soldering, I've done some programming, but I don't do those things these days. So I focused very much on things like reviews and interviews, so I reviewed Fluff. Now this came much later in the Amstrad days. Does anybody remember Fluff? Yeah? It was a bit like a candy floss pink Sonic the Hedgehog, is kind of how I liked it at the time. And it was written by a guy called Rob Buckley, and so I interviewed him. I became really good friends with him. I'd never met the guy in real life. And you probably had a lot of those experiences. You had a lot of pen pals and that kind of thing, which is a little bit different from today, but also very similar where we have a very international kind of connection today with all of our work. How I got writing for AA, it was through Rob Buckley, because Rob was going to be writing the basic column to teach people how to do basic programming. But he was notoriously bad at deadlines. So enter someone stage left who said, well, I can help with that. I'll keep you to deadline. I'll do kind of the article bit. You do the bit that I have no clue about, the programming. So between us, that's what we did. So he'd send me the type in. I'd write the article and put it on a 3.5-inch floppy disk, post it off. So those were the deadlines where you had to kind of make sure you were sending it 2 weeks ahead of time, which I never did. It was always late, even though I'm supposed to give Rob Buckley on time. Can you spot all the spelling mistake of basically up there? Basic. This was Angela Cook with an E, so that was entirely wrong. The next month they got it right, so that was rather nice indeed. So that's what started me writing for Amstrad. I was still a teenager, I was maybe 15 when this happened. I started all of this very young, which is why I still maintain my very youthfulness today. It was a real joy to see in a column in like the first or second page where it's got all of the information, it's all at 30 Monmouth Street. And it had inside for future publishing, a few of you do. And that's kind of why AA stayed running for so long. So it got down to literally like half a page by the end of it, and you put it in front of a fan and it would blow away. But that's because Chris Anderson, whatever his name is, who started AA and started future publishing, had that bit of passion and that bit of love, which is very nice. We've probably got a couple of more years out of AA because of that. So when I was 16, I went and did some experience at Future Publishing. And the office looks a little bit like this, quite frankly, and lots of PCs. It was the first time I got to use the internet. And it wasn't the web like it is now, but you know, how many of you were using the internet way back in the early 90s? A lot of you, a lot older than me, excellent. And it was very different to now. I was connecting to servers and seeing lists of things, and I didn't really quite get what it was about. I knew it was something different. I knew it was kind of big and important, but not really. And this handsome fella here is supposed to be Simon Forrester, who wrote for Amstrad Action. He went on to edit Commodore format, and he's been big in computer stuff ever since. And I remember one day sitting there just playing on this kind of internet newfangled thing, and he was searching through this big box and looking for the cover tape, I think for Commodore format. He was behind time, he was desperately searching for it. And eventually he found it. I found it! But Simon Forrester was about 6'4". And to give you an idea, I'm 6'1". And there were fans in the ceiling. And yeah, luckily it mangled the cassette box and not the cassette, because there was a lot of swearing that day. But it was all okay. So I spent the week there, and there was Karen Lavelle, there was Andy Golder, and Simon I spent some time with. Karen Lavelle was the editor at the time. And just got to do magazine-y things, which was really fun, and to see how that works in the office environment was all a bit new. And so this is another ChatGPT rendering. There was a time I remember being in the courtyard with Simon, and he was well known to be an arachnophobe. And I didn't like spiders one little bit. And there was a very funny time where we're both literally in the corner of the courtyard, you know, we're both big people, and there's Karen Lavelle, about 5'4", coming over and stamping on the spider for us and saving us. And I love this ChatGPT image, because I've said, you know, dear ChatGPT was scared of the spider in the picture and that kind of thing. Do you see that she's got a third shoe to hit the spider? I decided to, this is like the fourth version of this picture. I thought, I'm just going to leave this one here because I think it's funny, and it tells us a lot about how AI is rendering these things. So with Amstrad Action, it was really, really good fun to see things like the cover art. When that came through, because I wasn't in the office all the time, I was a freelancer, when my magazine came through, it was the first time I saw it as anybody else. And to know that my feature was on the cover, I mean, that would just make your whole week, quite frankly. This is one of my favourite ones, partly because it was so bright and so colourful. It was also about edutainment. Does anybody remember that term, edutainment? Oh, some groans. So it was all about educational software and getting kids to learn. And my mum was a childminder, so I had this ready audience of people I could subject to 90s and early 2000s edutainment. So that was another thing I did. There was another feature, cover feature. So this one was about all sorts of different types of software. This is Richard Wildey on the left, and that's another one of the dads, and we covered some stuff about public domain. Bromword I reviewed, and I looked up Bromword because I was just like, what can I say and who can I say things about? Peter Brum has a website that's still going, so I thought that was really interesting even now. Well, I spoke to somebody earlier on, I think it was maybe Christopher, saying there's so much we don't remember. Are you the same? You're just like, it was 30 years ago, I've got no clue. And as part of the research for this, we were going through things like Wacky and some of the other fanzines I wrote. And there was an article I'd written, it wasn't this one, but it was similar, about going to a computer fair or something in Surrey. And Simon, who's my other half, said, well, whereabouts in Surrey was that? And I've got no clue, I don't remember this in the slightest. I have a heavy recollection of that one. So it has been quite nice to go back through some of these things. This is one of my favourite features, because all the time. I wrote about different word processors that were available for the CPC. So how many of you were TASWord users? Oh, 1, 2, okay. How many of you were Brumword people? No, okay. It was a really good piece of software, but Peter Brunning was a little bit focused on his own software. That wasn't so easy for some people to talk to him about. And Protext. How many do Protext? Oh, yeah, Protext. That was my favourite. Loved Protext. One of my favourite features on Protext was if you accidentally got two letters the wrong way around, like you T-E-H, you could do like Control A or something like that, and it would switch the two letters back for you. Love that feature. Obviously today, it's a little bit different from what we've got. So I did things like I reviewed software, such as Who Said That, another thing from Rob Buckley. And if I'd known that later I was going to end up selling his software, it would have given me a better reviews, quite frankly, unfortunately. But I ended up selling his software a little bit later on because he was just another really good example of he was good at his programming, but he wasn't a salesperson, not that I am. But I got involved in the marketing and the people aspect of that. This is a terribly embarrassing photo, but it's going to be there anyway. So this was circa 96, 97 when Wacky had a convention. Can you move that please, it's making a noise. Thank you. So 96, 97, got Richard Wildey on the left, this handsome gentleman in the sunglasses, Simon Green, you may have heard of him. Richard Fairhurst, who went on to edit Wacky later on, some Angela person. Rob Scott, who is here today, everybody. And a guy called Simon Matthews at the end, and we were working on something called BTL. Did anybody come across BTL? Yeah, a couple of you. It was a little bit underground. It was a little bit, what's a good word for it, Rob?
Risque?
Risque. It was very risque. We didn't pull many punches, it must be said. Simon?
You also put out on the t-shirts as well, they actually say libel inside.
Yes. It was obviously a take on Intel inside. So after Amstrad Action, I worked on it until the very last issue 117. I was also writing for Micromart and PC Marts. Anybody remember those back in the day? Yeah. I was reviewing stuff, so it was all about kind of like, I really want a new set of speakers. So let me invent an idea to go and review some of those. And I got some through, and I remember having a Microsoft subwoofer, and it was quite big. I remember saying to Rob at the time, emailing him and saying, can I turn it on its side and put like my letter trays on top? And Rob came back and said, sure, why don't you put like some daffodils in a vase on top too? It was like, okay, I'm assuming I shouldn't do that then, fine. And there was another time I wanted a new monitor, so I said, hey, why don't I review some monitors? And we had our back bedroom, probably a little bit smaller than this room, full of 19 CRT monitors, 17, 18, 19 inch. Couldn't move in there. I had very understanding parents. But I did get some free monitors, so it's all good. After that, I went and did some freelance training. So like I said, I was sort of technical, but not a programmer. I wasn't really into fixing the hardware. But what it turned out I was quite good at was explaining things to people and helping them learn things. So going from something kind of a bit technical for most people and being able to explain that. So I just put like advert in a Friday ad, come around your house, teach you how to use Word, 10 quid an hour. So that was basically kind of where I started doing stuff. The CPCs that I had a 6128, I also had a 6128 Plus, loved the Plus keyboard, like the design of it and the use of it, which is really nice. And where's Chris, where's Novabug, where's he gone? Oh, he's disappeared. I've got my Red Dwarf reference for him and everything, and he's not even in the room. I don't know, no respect. But we also had just loads of CPC stuff everywhere, the Amsoft, kind of firmware manuals and all of that kind of stuff. Also, later on I had a Mega PC, the 386. Did anybody have a Mega PC? One or two? Did any of you want a Mega PC? Yes. Oh yes, it was fabulous. And just the hours we spent playing Sonic. I also had the NC 100, 200. My memories are a bit fuzzy, quite frankly, around that. And I'd love to say, like Roland referenced earlier on, that I wrote a novel on it, but I was hired to ghostwrite a novel for someone else that sadly went nowhere. But it was really handy to go to their house, kind of have the conversation with them, and make all the notes, and then go back and kind of type that up and put that together for them. So all of the Amstrad actions, my dad had those, along with pretty much everything else, quite frankly. So we have to kind of think, what happened to those? How many of you recognise this place? Ah, a few of you. So for those of you that put your hands up, where is this place? The cave. So it's the RMC, the cave, and it's in Swindon. I always say Swindon. My geography is not that great. But basically it's a museum of retro stuff. There's a YouTube channel, and it's all really good. And these are my dad's Amstrad actions. So as my dad kind of got ill and later kind of passed away, we inherited a little bit more, if I'm honest, than I wanted, of his Amstrad kit, because Simon, my other half, was very much into that. So a lot of that came back to our house, including the Amstrad actions. But there came a point where, you know, we just didn't really have room for them, and you're not really using them every day. So Simon very generously donated them to the cave. We went to see them, we went to see them, it was like, hi! We went to the cave, and they were there, and it was really odd because they're now in an archive. So you can take them out and you can read them, but you have to put gloves on to turn the pages. And I was like, well, these are my dad's magazines. It's just like, it feels weird to be doing that. And there's notes in there, and there's like the address for kind of the delivery and stuff. But I'm really proud, A, that Simon did that, but also that they live on for other people to appreciate as well. So since then, what have I done? Well, I've got into some corporate training. That's kind of my area of expertise now. I work in workplace learning and development, so I've done a lot of this kind of stuff, quite frankly. I've got my own company in learning development. I focus on things like virtual trainer. So if you've ever been on a bad Zoom or Teams training, that was nothing to do with me. If you've been on a good one, maybe that was a little bit to do with me. I've done keynote speaking. I've spoken for companies like Adobe Connect, which is really good fun. A lot of conference stuff. I'm also now the editor of Training Journal, which is a learning and development. It was a magazine, it's now a content website. And when I got that job as editor, that felt like full circle for me, because when I was 13, the first thing I wrote in Wacky was, "Hi, I'm 13 and I want to be a journalist." I went off and I studied journalism, and then I kind of landed in a classroom at some point. I went, wow, this is amazing, I love this bit. It's like standing up and speaking to people. And Simon Forrester, who I mentioned earlier on at Amstrad Action, he had said to me, you know, print is kind of dead, and this was way back in the early 2000s, mid-90s I should say. So he said, get into website design and HTML. I was like, okay. So I went and learned it, and I found it relatively easy to learn because things like ProText weren't WYSIWYG. If you wanted something in bold, you had to do the bold, and there would be a big B in a block colour and a big B in a block colour, and then when you print it out, you go, oh, it's bold, yay! And basically HTML is just markup language. That's what you're doing, is saying this bit's a hyperlink, now it's just a hyperlink off. So I found it relatively easy to learn how to do that kind of thing. And that is everything that I wanted to tell you and to talk about. But of course, we've got time for questions. So I'm going to check and see if there's any questions on WhatsApp, and there are. Chris says, was there any rivalry between Amtix and AA akin to PC Gamer and PC Zone? And there was, I think, a little bit, not so much that I massively noticed. I only worked on AA, I didn't work on any of the other magazines. I think you generally kind of worked on one or another from that point of view, but nothing from my point of view as a freelancer that I really felt and saw. But I know that certainly much like, you know, there was like this Spectrum scene, your Amstrad scene, there was a lot of rivalry in that kind of way. Nick says, how much trouble did Amstrad actually get into, particularly with future publishing, over their inclusion of how to be complete on their cover tape? I do know about this. I don't know much about it in terms of it wasn't kind of much to do with me back in the day, but I know there was trouble, and I know that's something that you have to be very careful of, because the average age of the readership for AA towards the end was like 13-year-old boys. So, you know, you have to be kind of really careful about what you were doing. What's Toot's story? The character in the margins in earlier AAs? I've got no idea, it's before my time. Sorry, can't answer that one. Are there any other questions from the audience? Yes?
So you said there was no rivalry with antics, but were you tempted when you went to like W.H. Smith to just hide the antics?
I can neither confirm nor deny that that would ever have happened.
Do you know what the last article was? And did you know it was?
I did not know it was the last one. No, I mean, it was fairly obvious the end was coming, but I didn't know the 117 was going to be the last one. And off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which one was the last one. It might have been, it's probably one of the last few that I've got on the screen earlier on.
It's probably a very specific geeky question. I think in your kids' entertainment roundup, you reviewed Play Days, and I don't know if that game was actually released, because I've been hunting for it. It was reviewed twice, I think. I think it was reviewed in like issue 93 or something like that, and then we replaced that later on. But yeah, I've never been able to find it online.
Have you not? Well, luckily, today, I don't have any details. If I reviewed it for the CPC in the magazine, it would have been, I would have had a copy of it.
Yeah.
But no, I vaguely recall it because Playdays was obviously a big thing at the time and the music was there, but that's how annoying we become.
I know, I even emailed Alternative Software to ask about the guy, and said,
it's
fully gone.
It's like, what are you talking 30, 40 years ago? Go away. Any other questions? 95, yes, issue 117, 1995. I couldn't tell you the month off the top of my head.
Well, did you work on anything for issue 118 that wasn't published?
I might have done. But no, I don't remember writing half of what I did, if I'm honest with you, so I certainly don't remember something that wasn't published. But yeah, there probably would have been like the columns like basically basic, but I don't remember anything specific, sorry.
Where was the feature publishing office?
Where?
Yeah.
So they started in Bath, 30 Monmouth Street was where I went to. Later on they got bigger offices in Bath. They do have some in London as well, so they became very big and they amalgamated and took over things and got really, really huge. But initially it was 30 Monmouth Street. I even remember the postcode, that's sad. Yeah.
Any plans to write anything about Amstrad anymore?
Say that again?
Any plans to write anything about Amstrad anymore?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a couple of plans that are brewing, nothing I can speak about quite yet. But the UKAG website, ukag.org.uk, we have a blog there, and most of what's been published I've edited and put that together, and some of it, even if it doesn't have my name on it, I've written it. So I've done a lot of that for the UKAG stuff, and maybe some stuff in the future, you'll see. Keep an eye on our socials.
Anything Roland related?
Roland related? You have to wait for an announcement soon, but
okay.
No, don't get too excited. But no, we'll have an announcement about 3 o'clock about something we'll be doing.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joe. This is something I really wanted to hear about. Just one of many people who love Amstrad Action, and Joe put all the extra effort in to prepare this talk today, not because I bent her ear roll with saying you do it, but brilliant, wasn't it? I mean,
Honestly, clean all that out. I had to do an hour talk going in the background, then get out my voiceover. When Seth was willing through the hole, I did an insane amount of speed. Just then, just block it. It was right, not perfect.
Do you think I was just posing?
One of the last Sean, oh, yeah. That's the one that has the
The American version is the same. The only difference on the back is
Hello everybody, just a quick reminder, you've got 10 minutes left to get your high scoring on Pinball Dreams. We'll be doing
trophy takes about 3, and you can win one of these fabulous UKAG trophies.
I'm happy. We're starting to think but I'm going to, I'm happy when it's like that. Well, I'm probably going to use this not a professional because I want to introduce minutes to shift by 16, shift by 4, shift by 2, and then I literally just I don't do any multiplication. Division. So that when I
It's going to let me change my name, so it must be.
Oh, sorry, no, not your ground filter, your LGT line. Sorry.
Oh, the LGT line.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. This is connected to that. 78452B 98. Yeah.
I'm keeping track of where yes, I am drawing it. I am really drawing the whole. To make it take
We can't see the size of the things. Without destroying the band. I should have kept one out to keep. There we go. They're nice for chips and things. People know what size they are then. But yeah, take as many as you need, and these are thicker and bigger. They will fit a 4000, but they'll fit one better.
Yeah.
So I've only got those of those, but I've got an entire another roll of these, so I'll get rid of 2. Absolutely, yeah, I think it's 1200 now. You think so?
Hello everybody, it's 3 o'clock. You know what that means? If you want to have a quick wander next door into the running meet room, we're going to do a couple of trophies.
It's all right, they said, I'll do you up.
Jesus.
Ever wanted to have
That's the correct answer. So there were just all different things to do, a couple of awards. So firstly, in the high school talent, groups, I did that. A score of 20,012,367. That's definitely brilliant. All right, then, there you go. But that goes to Paul Jacobson.
Oh, it's over here.
Get your pictures in. Here for the live stream.
Yeah, it's the live stream. Yeah.
Oh, it's live stream.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Cheers.
you. And now I'd like to quickly hand it over to Roland, who's going to do our machine of the meet. Roland, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I was asked to do the machine of the meet, and I interviewed several machine owners, designers, lovers, and all the rest of it. And I decided it was a dead heat. So there are 2 machines of the meet, both of which have got sort of connections. So I decided I couldn't award it to myself, bringing the old number 2, which is the first time it's been seen in public forever.
Thank you, by the way.
You're welcome. So of the two dead heats, the first goes to Dave Moore, who has a game called Roland on the Slopes.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And all of its development architecture, obviously. So do we have Dave Moore here?
Well, my accent, you really think it's shy.
No, it's your talent. It's not just your accent.
That's often been known for being shy and retiring types, you know?
Hold it up to our various photos and videos and live streamers.
Okay, so that's the first equal winner of the Machine of the Meat. The second goes to someone I've never heard of called Chris Green. Machine at Rumbelows on day one with a DDI5, which he assures me has got every upgrade you ever need inside it. I haven't got an award to give him, but I'm sure he can print himself another one. Also a consolation prize, which is for Minibug. So no hard feelings.
Thank you. That's my daughter, by the way. She spilt cola on Roland a couple of years ago in an Indian restaurant. Henceforth, he's known as Roller Cola now. Thank you, Roland.
I think that's me done for the day. As Joe said, we can't get rid of him. I'm going to get rid of myself now.
Roland, thank you very much indeed.
Hello, can't get rid of me either. We've also got a special announcement because we've had so much fun today that we thought, well, we should probably carry it on. And we've got a new friend with us. You need to come up to the front, new friend. This is the lovely Alex. And Alex runs the Video Games Expo, and we've partnered with Alex. He stupidly asked us to come along. So tell us a bit more about what's going on in Nottingham.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, first of all. So on the 18th of July, you can see just behind the photographer there, is the Nottingham Video Games Expo, which we've been running. It'll be our 5th year, in fact, this year. I'm very nervous, by the way, so if I sound shaky, that's why. So we're going to have the UK Amstrad group with us. We're going to have a nice space, at which we're really glad to be able to partner with you guys. The first computer I ever had was an Amstrad. It was a 6128, so naturally for me, it was a must. I really wanted you guys to come and sort of have a good time with us. So yeah, 18th of July, retro gaming. We've got the Derby Computer Museum there as well. We've got quite a host of talks as well, including Gary Bracey from Ocean. Our good friend Roland will be there as well. We've got Kev Bayliss from Rare. I'm trying to think who else we have. But yeah, quite a lineup. Come and join us July 18th. You can go to notsbge.com and all the information will be there. But yeah, come and join us.
Nice one, Alex.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. I think that's everything we've got for the moment. By all means, please carry on with your game. We will have the cake a little bit later, won't we?
Yeah, we'll have the cake.
Picture the cake.
Oh, but we'll carve up the cake in a minute in that case. That's it, thank you. Cake in the kitchen.
We'll have a look at the cake. Shall we have a look at the cake? Oh, he surprised me with that one, didn't he?
I wrapped it up in his kitchen roll.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, just like to thank everybody to come who's come to our first inaugural UKAG meeting, and to celebrate we have a wonderful cake, of which I'm about to stand.
Get in there.
Hopefully when we open it up it's not dusty inside.
Take somewhere behind us.
I'm probably going to get the garden from tomorrow and start taking things.
Yeah. So it's going to be a kind of gold takes and smell, but it's going to be more like
yeah, well, better to be the starting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's anyway.
Nice and cake into the kitchen, help yourselves.
So that's the current
I was thinking that you said that it's not just one
just one thing.
Of course, yeah.
I know where it's going to go.
Yeah, I did it. Same kind of thing. I'm not really coding, but I generally have a lot of big like again, starting
But I actually have I yes. So I'm recommending very hard. Which has issues, but you know, but you know, it's going to be this.
My day job, you're right, he does all that. But I was inspired by an American guy who designed like futuristic so that's when I learned C++. And it's
Hello, all. Okay, so that, hope you enjoyed that. I'm going to be shutting the stream off now.
We've been, what, 4 hours, 15 minutes streaming. We've got a bit of had some of the speeches. We've had the awards at the end there. I know the audio wasn't working on the first scan around cam that I did. I know that. But I think hopefully the audio was working on the others. So there you go. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to now sign off. It's very hot. It's very sweaty. James is looking at me in funny ways as I'm doing this on the stage. He's glancing up as he's packing up. He's still smoking. So thank you very much. Signing off. Novabug from UKAG. Goodbye.
Version of